在古人的记载里，北方的尽头没有太阳，那里只有漫长的夜和夜里发光的冰。今晚的故事就从那道冰光开始。
The warmth is still behind you. You can feel it fading, not quickly, not with any urgency, just fading the way warmth always fades when you step away from it. A slow release, a letting go of the last of it as your feet find the frozen path. The ground here is different from the ground inside. It is harder, more certain of itself. It does not give beneath your weight the way soft earth does in the warmer months. It simply holds you, firm and still, and you walk forward because the path is there, and because this is the direction everything has been moving toward for a long time. The sky above you is clear, deep clear, the kind of clear that only comes when the cold has pressed the last of the moisture out of the air and left nothing but blackness and the hard bright points of stars. You look up, the dipper is there, the constellation the old calendars called Jiao Yao, the shining pointer, the great ladle of stars that turns through the year like the hand of a slow and patient clock. You have seen it in other seasons, tipping in other directions, pointing toward other parts of the sky. Tonight, it points north, not approximately north, precisely north. The handle of the dipper has swung through its full arc, through all the other months and all the other seasons, and tonight it rests at Z, the northernmost position, the root of yin, the direction that belongs to midnight and to winter, and to the deep cold that waits at the bottom of the year. It has been moving toward this position all year, every month a small arc, every season a quarter turn. And now it is here, perfectly still against the black sky, pointing at the place the old texts called the origin, the ground of stillness. You watch it for a moment. It does not move. Then you look back down at the path and begin to walk. The cold settles around you as you move, not sharp, not biting. This is not the cold that surprises you, the cold that arrives unexpectedly in early autumn and makes you flinch. This cold has been here long enough to become simply the quality of the air. It is the same temperature everywhere. In your lungs when you breathe in, against your face, inside the fabric of your clothing, where your skin has warmed a small space, and the cold presses in from every direction to meet it. You have dressed for this, not with anxiety, but with the quiet attention of someone who has learned what this season requires. Layers close to the body, something over the hands. The cold is acknowledged and prepared for, and that preparation allows you to move through it with something close to ease. Your breath comes out as mist, not a dramatic cloud, just a soft, slow exhalation that floats ahead of you for a moment and then dissolves. You notice this, the brief visible life of each breath, and then the silence after. The path leads forward through bare trees, strict to their essential structure now. The branches showing everything, hiding nothing, every fork and joint and small bud visible against the sky. There is a particular honesty about trees in winter that feels right tonight, nothing concealed, no softening of shape with leaf or shadow, just the tree as it is, the bare fact of it, reaching. The ground beneath you is pale, not white. The snow here has been cold long enough to lose its fresh brightness and settle into something more muted, more bone-colored, more permanent-looking. Snow in midwinter stops looking like an event and starts looking like the natural state of things. You walk slowly, There is no hurry. There is nowhere you need to arrive by any particular time. The path stretches ahead, and you follow it, and that is enough. Your footsteps are quieter than you might expect. The snow is so cold and dry that it doesn't compress the way warmer snow does. It barely yields. Your feet find solid purchase on the frozen surface beneath, and the snow just shifts aside, grain by grain, with a sound that is barely a sound at all, something between a whisper and silence. You've been walking for a little while now. The warmth of the threshold behind you, the warm room, the warm light, the soft weight of the day just finished. That warmth has become a memory rather than a sensation. You are fully here now, in this air, on this ground, beneath this sky, and the sky deserves attention, not just the dipper, though you can still find it if you look, the great pointer resting at Z, steady and patient, but the whole sky. The number of stars visible on a cold, clear night in midwinter is something that can surprise you, even when you know to expect it. The cold and the dark and the dryness of the air strip away every softening layer and leave the stars as they are, as many as they are, each one its own hard, specific light. The old texts understood the sky as a kind of document. The positions of the constellations, the direction of the dipper's handle, the phase of the moon, these were not decorations. They were instructions. They told the season, and the season told you what kind of world you were living in and what posture that world required of you. Tonight the sky says, this is the bottom of the year. Not the end, not a stopping, but the bottom, the lowest point of the arc, the place where the descent finally gently comes to rest before the long, slow turn begins again. You breathe in. The cold air fills your lungs completely. For just a moment, the moment between the end of one breath and the beginning of the next, you are very still. Then you breathe out, and you walk on. The trees thin a little as the path opens onto a wider stretch of ground. You can see farther here, across the pale expanse of snow to the darker line of a ridge in the distance. Everything is blue, dark, and white, the colors of midwinter night, the colors the old painters returned to again and again when they wanted to show the world in its most essential form. There is no wind right now. Sometimes in winter the wind is the main thing, the thing that drives cold into every gap, that makes the bare branches clatter and moan. But tonight the air is still. The bare branches are still. The snow on every flat surface is perfectly undisturbed. This is winter at its fullest. Not arriving, not threatening, not building towards something, simply here, complete. You feel your shoulders drop a little as you walk. Some small tension that you carried with you from the warm room, that you carried without even knowing you were carrying it, it loosens now. The cold and the quiet work on it together, gently without force, and it releases. Ahead the path continues north, toward Z, toward the direction the dipper is pointing, toward the place where the year has arrived at last. Your feet know this direction. They have been walking toward it even before you stepped out onto the path tonight, even before this season began, even before you knew the name of where you were going. You pull one slow breath of cold air deep into your chest. The stars are steady above you. The ground is steady beneath you. You walk forward, and the world around you is exactly as quiet as it has been working all year to become. The path narrows slightly as it moves north, and the ground beneath your feet has changed since you first stepped out. Earlier, in the first cold weeks, the earth gave a little, a softness still held somewhere beneath the frost, a memory of soil. That softness is gone now. What's beneath you is solid all the way down, as though the earth itself has made a decision and settled into it completely. Your footsteps sound different here. In early winter, each step made a small crunch, something yielding under pressure, ice crystals breaking, a thin surface giving way. Now the sound is lower, flatter, almost like a knock. The ice beneath you is not fragile. It doesn't break under your weight. It simply receives your foot and holds it. And the sound it makes is the sound of something that has finished becoming what it is. You walk a few more steps and listen to that sound. It stays the same, flat, complete, unhurried. The ice along the path's edge is thick enough now that you could press your thumb against it and feel nothing give. You don't try this. You don't need to. You can sense it from where you stand, the way you can sense the weight of a stone wall without touching it. There's a quality to the air near dense ice, something that settles against the skin with a kind of authority. Not coldness exactly, or not only coldness. Density, completeness, the feeling of something that has been compressed until there's nothing left to compress. To your right, a shallow hollow holds a pool that has been frozen for weeks now. In early winter, ice would form there at night and thin again by midday. Then it stopped thinning. Then it stopped moving at all. Now the ice in that hollow is perhaps the thickness of your hand, palm to fingertip, and it holds the moonlight in it the way stone holds warmth, slowly, deeply, without effort. You pause for a moment at the edge of the hollow. The surface of the ice is not smooth. It was smooth once, in those first still freezing nights when the water lay flat and cold crept across it evenly. Now the surface shows the record of its own history, layers of cold upon cold, each one adding to the one beneath, each one a fraction more complete than the last. Slow curves, where the ice is pressed against the banks and found no room to go, and simply thickened inward instead. Ice thickens inward when there's nowhere else to go. This is what the text records. Not that ice forms, but that it becomes more itself, more of what it already is. The middle month of winter is not a beginning or an end. It is the deepening of something that has been underway for a long time. The cold did not arrive tonight. The cold arrived weeks ago, and weeks before that, and each day since then it has simply continued, settled, deepened, compounded itself one thin layer at a time until the ice in this hollow is as thick as a hand and could hold the weight of something much heavier than you. Your breathing is slow and even. You're aware of the weight of your own body in a way you perhaps weren't when you first set out. Not heaviness, not tiredness, not quite, but a kind of settledness. Your feet on the frozen ground, your breath moving in and out without effort. The cold air entering your lungs and something warmer leaving, again and again. The same exchange repeated so many times, it has become its own kind of stillness. You turn back to the path and keep walking north. The trees on either side of the path are bare. They've been bare for a long time, and their branches hold the moonlight in a particular way, not reflecting it, but interrupting it, casting long, thin shadows across the ice-covered ground. Those shadows lie across the path without moving. There's no wind tonight. Everything is still enough that the shadows could have been painted there. Between the trees, more ice. A narrow stream that ran clear and quick in the warmer months is now entirely still, sealed from bank to bank. You can see where the current had been, a slight depression in the center of the ice, a faint line running beneath the surface. The water is still there, underneath, still moving perhaps, very slowly in some thin layer above the stream bed, but the surface is motionless, and what you see is stillness. Ice is stillness made visible. This is worth staying with for a moment. Water moves, you know this. It's one of the first things you know about water. It finds its way downhill. It curves around obstacles. It is never quite the same from one moment to the next. Ice is what water becomes when it stops. When the cold pulls the movement out of it, what remains is the water's shape, held. The shape of the stream surface on the last night it was still water. That shape is preserved here now, slightly imperfect, the record of that last movement kept in the frozen surface, the way a footprint is kept in dried clay. You crouch down briefly at the edge of the frozen stream. Through the ice you can see down into the darkness of the water below. Not far. The ice is thick enough that everything beneath it is dim, shadowed, almost invisible. But there's a quality to that dimness that is an emptiness. Something is still there, held in the cold, still and slow and present. The path here runs slightly downhill, and you feel this in the easy length of your stride, the way your weight tips forward a little with each step. The frozen ground is completely reliable under you. You don't need to test each footfall. You place your foot, and the earth holds it, every time without question. There's a particular ease in walking on ground you can trust completely, a looseness in the hips, a quiet in the mind that comes when the body doesn't need to calculate anything. Your arms hang at your sides, your jaw is soft, your eyes follow the path ahead without straining. The ice along the sides of the path has crept further inward than it was even a week ago. You can see the line of it, the boundary between frozen earth and the few bare inches of path still open, and the line is closer to center than it was. The cold is still working. Even here, even now, even after all these weeks of deepening, the ice is still becoming more of itself, not spreading wildly, not rushing, just the slow, patient extension of what is already there. Stillness compounding. There's a word for this in older ways of thinking about the world, a sense that things at their fullest don't simply stop. They press inward. They become denser. They hold more of what they are in less space. Ice is the shape of this. The frozen stream is the shape of this. The night itself, so perfectly still it seems to press gently against your skin, is the shape of this. You've walked far enough now that the sounds of the starting point, whatever small sounds there were, the soft settling of walls, the distant movement of other sleepers, are completely gone. There's nothing behind you now but the same quiet that's in front of you, the same quiet that's beside you and above you and beneath your feet. Somewhere ahead, through the bare trees, you catch a glimpse of something pale on the horizon. Not light, not dawn, not a lamp, just a paleness, the kind that might be a hillside covered in frost, or a field of ice where the land opens out, reflecting the moonlight back up into the sky. It's far away. You're not hurrying toward it. You have no reason to hurry toward anything. The cold has arrived. The ice has finished becoming what it is. The night is exactly as still as it needs to be, and you are walking through the middle of it, not through it in the sense of passing, not as someone moving from one side to the other, but through it in the sense of being held inside it, the way the water is held inside the ice, the way the darkness is held inside the night. Your steps are slow and even. The frozen ground receives them one by one. Ahead, the pale shape on the horizon holds its place in the moonlit dark, neither closer nor further, simply present. a direction to walk toward without any urgency, without any need to arrive. The path beneath your feet is clear and solid. The stars above you are fixed and quiet. The ice on either side of the path goes on being exactly what it is, complete, dense, still, each layer resting on the layer beneath it, each breath of cold air pressing the whole thing a fraction deeper into itself. You walk forward. The night holds you. The cold is not something outside you now. It's something you're moving through the way a stone moves through deep water, surrounded, held, slowed to exactly the right pace. Somewhere in your chest, something has let go of a tension it was holding, without your knowing. The same way the ice holds the shape of the last movement, your body holds the last trace of the day's small urgencies. And now in the cold and the quiet and the steady sound of your footsteps on the frozen path, even that trace is becoming still. You walk on. The path is the same path it was a moment ago. Same frozen ground, same bare trees on either side, same pale wash of moonlight across everything. And yet something has shifted. Not in the world, in the way you're receiving it. Your footsteps sound different here. Not louder, not softer. Different in a way that is harder to name. A quality beneath the sound, something in what the ground gives back when your foot comes down. Earlier the ice rang with a clear, high note, the way new cold rings. Now the sound is lower, denser, as if the ground has grown too full of itself to reverberate. This is what the old records mean when they say the ice grows stronger. Not that it expands, but that it deepens into itself, each cold night pressing it further toward completion. You take another step. The sound comes back the same way, low, full, final. And then, a few feet ahead you see it, a line in the ground. It runs across the path at a slight angle, no wider than a finger, dark against the pale frost. You stop. You look down. The line is clean, not a crack from a footstep, not the edge of ice meeting stone. It runs with a kind of intention, as though the earth drew it there deliberately, a slow signature written in the language of cold. You step over it carefully and keep walking. There is another one, a little further on, and another after that, this one longer, curving gently as it crosses the path and disappears into the frozen ground beneath the tree roots. You find yourself paying attention to them the way you pay attention to the grain of old wood, not because they alarm you, but because they tell you something about the nature of what you're walking on. The text from which this season is drawn says it plainly. The earth begins to crack, che, the ground splitting open under the full weight of what has been building all year. Not from damage, not from breaking, from the slow accumulation of yin, pressing down through every layer of soil and stone until the ground itself must yield, must open, must exhale the last of what it has been holding. This is yielding. The earth is not shattering, it is releasing. You walk more slowly now, following the lines with your eyes as they branch and curve across the ground. They do not feel threatening. They feel like relief. The way a long-held breath finally released feels like relief. The way your shoulders dropping after a long day of carrying something feels like relief. The earth has been holding this pressure since the first cold came in early autumn. Each month the cold increased. Each month the ground held. And now at the absolute peak of it, now when there is nowhere further to go, no colder it can become, no deeper the yin can press, the earth simply opens. A small thing, a quiet thing, a line in the frozen ground a finger's width wide, running off into the dark between the trees. You notice your own breath for a moment, how it drifts out in front of you, white and slow, and then dissolves. Your feet are steady beneath you, The ground, cracked as it is, holds your weight without shifting. The fissures are not weakness. They are evidence of how much the earth has already absorbed, how much it has contained, how much it is choosing now, in this coldest hour, to let move. The trees on either side of the path stand without moving. Their roots go down through the cracked ground into depths where the cold fades and the soil is dark and soft, with everything the surface has long forgotten. The roots hold the earth together even as the surface opens. There is no contradiction in this. What is held deep can afford to release at the surface. What has roots can open without falling apart. You walk beneath them, and the moonlight comes through the bare branches in thin bars across the path. There is a wider fissure here, perhaps 2 fingers wide, running parallel to the path for several steps before veering away into the underbrush. You walk alongside it for a moment, watching it. Inside the crack there is only darkness. The cold has reached so deep that even moonlight does not penetrate there. It is just a thin dark line in the white ground, a seam in the fabric of the frozen world. But it is not empty. Something has been released into that dark space. Some pressure, some tension the ground was carrying. It is in there now, dissolved into the cold, no longer held in the tight grip of frozen soil. The earth gave it up. The earth let it go. Your jaw is loose. You notice this without meaning to. The way the cold air has settled your face into stillness. The muscles there doing nothing now, simply resting in the shape of rest. The fissures continue. They spread across the landscape in all directions. You can sense them even where you cannot see them, running under the frost and the thin snow that dusts the edges of the path, threading through the roots of the bare trees, crossing the frozen surface of the small pond you pass on the left. The pond's ice is thick enough to walk on. You know this without testing it, and yet even it has a line running from the near bank to the far one, a single clean fracture that opened sometime in the deep of the night, while nothing was watching. The pond holds the crack the way old porcelain holds a hairline fracture, completely, without apology, as evidence of age and endurance, rather than failure. You stop for a moment at the edge of the path, looking out across the frozen pond. The moonlight lies flat across the ice. The crack runs through it like a brushstroke, dark and definite. On the far bank, bare willows lean toward the water, their long branches touching the ice at the margins. Everything is motionless. You breathe. The cold comes in. The white breath drifts out. The pond does not move. There is something in this stillness that is not emptiness. It has a quality, a weight, a texture, the way a room feels different when it has been lived in for a long time, when the walls have absorbed years of warmth and breath and quiet. This landscape has been filling with cold for months. It is full now. There is nowhere left for the cold to go, and so the ground opens, releases, not because it is overwhelmed, but because it has taken in exactly as much as it can hold, and now it lets what remains pass through. You feel your own chest doing something similar, not breathing differently, just breathing the way it does when the body has let go of every small unnecessary effort. The air comes in, it goes out. The cold touches the inside of your throat, and it is not unpleasant. It is the temperature of this place, and you belong to this place now, walking through it in the dark, your footsteps slow and steady on the cracked and frozen ground. You move away from the pond and back into the corridor of bare trees. More fissures here, smaller ones, a network of them crossing and branching across the path like the lines on the inside of your wrist, or like the pattern on a dry riverbed in summer, or like the way old clay splits as it dries, pulling apart along the lines of least resistance into a map of everything it once held. The earth once held warmth. Summer warmth, deep in its layers. Spring rains soaked down through the soil over many months. The slow heat of root and decay, and the long breathing of everything that lives underground. All of that is down there still. Not gone, not lost, only quiet, held in suspension the way sleep holds the body, the way the dark holds the stars. The cold is pressing on top of all of it, and the earth is opening just a little along the lines where the pressure is greatest, releasing, yielding, letting the surface split open in these fine dark seams while everything underneath remains whole and waiting. You walk through it. Your steps are even now, unhurried. You're not trying to cover ground. You're not trying to get anywhere faster than the path takes you. Each step comes down on the frozen earth, and the frozen earth holds you and gives back that low, dense sound, full, complete, saying, "This is what cold is when it has finished arriving." The fissures are everywhere, and they are nothing to fear. They are the language of a world that has reached its limit and is letting go along the seams. They are the earth's version of what your body does when it finally gives up the last tension. The small release that happens somewhere in the chest, or the shoulders, or the jaw, the thing you didn't know you were holding, until it's gone. The path bends slightly ahead, curving around a low hill, covered in frost-silvered grass. The grass is flattened, pressed down by weeks of cold, each blade lying along the ground the way exhausted things lie down. The hill beyond it rises gently, dark against the sky. Through the bare trees on its far side there is something, a distance, a direction, a faint sense of where the path is leading, but that is later. For now, you are here, among the fissures, among the bare trees and the moonlit frost, and the dense, complete silence of the fully frozen world. The ground opens beneath your feet, and these fine dark lines, releasing what it held, breathing out the last of what this long descent into cold has pressed into it. And somewhere in your own chest, without effort, without intention, the same thing is happening, a slow opening along lines you didn't know were there, a letting go of something held without knowing, a small dark seam appearing in the surface of the day's last held tension, and through it quietly, without drama, something releasing into the cold and the dark and the stillness that is waiting on the other side. You walk on, and the ground beneath your feet is still cracked, still fractured in those long, slow lines, but something has shifted in the quality of the path itself. It no longer simply extends before you. It curves. It is a subtle thing at first, the way a river bends without announcing itself, the way a slope begins before you're aware you've started climbing. But the path is curving, gently and without question, and you follow it the way you'd follow a sound, not because you've decided to, but because something in you already knew this was the direction. The bare trees thin on your left. The spaces between them widen, and through those spaces, through the pale silver air of the midwinter night, you see something. It is distant. A structure, dark against darker, a mass of shape and proportion that the moonlight touches only at its edges, leaving the center unlit. You don't move toward it with urgency. You simply walk the way you've been walking, and the path already knows where it's going. The trees on both sides of you are slender now, mostly birch, mostly elm, their bark the color of ash. Their branches reach upward into the sky and hold nothing, no leaf, no bud, no bird's nest that still matters in this season. They stand the way things stand when they've accepted what they are, bare, pale, present. Their shadows fall across the path in long, thin lines, and you walk through those shadows one by one, each one a brief coolness, each one a small interval of darker dark. Your breath comes in slow, white plumes. The cold is not the kind that startles anymore. It has been here long enough that your body has made a kind of agreement with it. Not warmth, but endurance. Not fighting it, not fleeing it, just carrying it the way the birch trees do, the way the frozen earth does, the way the whole landscape seems to have settled into a long and patient accommodation with the cold that will not leave. You walk, and you notice the structure ahead becoming slightly more distinct as the path curves toward it. It is large. That becomes clear slowly, the way distance teaches proportion, not all at once but in increments, each increment a little more revelation. Its roof is wide and low to the north, angled against whatever comes from that direction. Its walls are dark stone or dark timber. You can't yet tell which, but the darkness of it is particular, a darkness with intention, a darkness that belongs to it the way stillness belongs to deep water. The Xuantang, the dark hall, the great temple of the north. You've heard the name before, or something in you recognizes it the way you recognize the sound of rain before you've fully woken from sleep. This is where the Son of Heaven withdraws in midwinter, not retreating in defeat, but withdrawing the way the light withdraws each evening, because that is what the season requires, because the cosmos has a direction in these deepest months, and the direction is inward, downward, north. Every year when the dipper has swung to point at Z, at midnight, at the root of the year's yin, the Son of Heaven leaves the great halls of ceremony, leaves the outer courts, leaves the spaces where governance and performance and speech take place, and comes here. He comes here and he is quiet. You take a step, and the step feels different than it did an hour ago, or what might have been an hour ago. Time has its own quality tonight, slower and more complete than ordinary time, but the step is different, lighter perhaps, or more deliberate. There is something about walking toward the dark hall that makes each footfall feel considered, not heavy, not labored, but chosen in a way that earlier walking wasn't, as though the path itself is asking for a certain kind of attention, a certain pace, and your feet are answering. You become aware of your own weight, settling with each step from heel through the middle of your soul to the forward press, and then lifting, and then settling again. The frozen earth receives you and releases you in that small repeating rhythm, receives and releases, receives and releases. Your breathing has slowed. You notice this without trying to change it. The trees are further apart now. The path is wider, or seems wider, not because anything has changed in the landscape, but because you are more aware of it, as you become more aware of everything near the approach to a place that holds this kind of silence. The way you'd walk differently near a library after hours, near a hall where something important has recently ended, near any space that has been given over to quiet and kept it. The structure ahead shows no light from inside, no lantern, no fire, no warm rectangle of window. It sits in the dark and takes the dark into itself and gives nothing back in the form of glow. This does not feel unwelcoming. It feels correct. Midwinter is not the season of the open door, the warm threshold, the fire in the hearth visible from the path. Midwinter is the season of the closed eye, the drawn breath, the interior. Everything that is alive in this season is alive in a muted, compressed, inward way, not gone, not dead, but gathered to itself, held close, waiting in that patient manner that seeds wait and rivers wait beneath their ice. You walk toward the dark hall, and you understand without anyone telling you that to walk toward it is to walk in the same direction as the whole world in this season, northward, inward, down. The gravel of the path, there is gravel now, fine and pale, crunching softly under your feet, has been covered with a thin layer of frost that holds your footprints briefly before the cold closes them back. You leave your marks and they fade. This is fine. This is how it should be. Not everything that passes through a place needs to leave a lasting record. The trees have stepped back. You are in an open space now, a wide cleared ground before the dark hall, and you can see the whole of its front face, its wide low eaves, its dark pillars, its closed doors. The doors are tall and made of something very dark, and they are closed but not locked. Closed the way night is closed, not against you, but because this is its nature. The Son of Heaven is already inside. You don't think of him as a person moving through rooms. You think of him as a stillness that has chosen this particular container, the way water chooses the shape of the vessel it's been poured into. He is in there, and the hall holds him, and the hall holds the cold, and the cold holds the world, and all of it is holding something in this final, most inward moment of the year. Your steps across the open ground are slow. They are very slow, not because your legs are tired, they are not, or you've moved past the point where tired means what it usually means, but because there is no reason to hurry. The hall will be there when you reach it. The quiet will be there. The season will be there exactly as deep and still as it is right now, exactly as complete. You take one step, the frost crunches softly. The cold settles around your shoulders like something folded there. The dark hall stands before you in the moonlight and does not ask anything of you. It asks nothing. It expects nothing. It does not require that you arrive in any particular way, or say anything, or do anything, or be anything other than what you are, a body walking slowly across cold ground toward a place where quiet lives. And with each step, you feel something that might be the day, or the last of the day, or whatever has been traveling with you since you left, settling lower in your chest, not falling away, settling, lowering itself without force, the way sediment lowers through still water, the way the last light lowers at dusk, the way your own shoulders are lowering right now, by degrees, without instruction, simply because you are close to a place where lowering is what everything does. The path has brought you here, not through effort, not through plan. The curve of it was always curving this way, and you were always following it, and the dark hall was always at the end of this particular arc of frozen ground. You stand at the threshold and you breathe. The air tastes of ice and distance and something else, cedar perhaps, or the particular stillness of stone that has been cold for a very long time, the smell of a place that does not change, does not open to the wind, does not let the seasons all the way in. Only this one, only this deepest one. You breathe it in, and somewhere in the breathing, something that has been held slightly tight in your chest, something you hadn't noticed holding, eases by a small but real amount. The dark doors of the hall stand before you. They are very still. You do not go in yet. Something holds you at the threshold. Not reluctance, not fear, but the simple recognition that the moment you are standing in has its own weight, and you do not want to move through it too quickly. The dark doors are still before you. The cold is at your back, and somewhere from a distance you cannot quite locate, There is a sound. You go still. It is the faintest thing, not louder than your own breathing, but different from it. A thin, wavering thread of sound pulled through the frozen air from somewhere deep in the bare trees to the east. You turn your head. Very slowly. The sound does not stop. It continues, low and trembling, like a voice that has been speaking for a long time and does not know how to be quiet. It is the bird called harden. You have not heard many birds since you began walking. The descent into deepest winter emptied the air of them. One by one, over the long weeks of the cold coming, they fell silent. The swallows left first, in the warmth of late summer, when the light was still golden and the berries still full. Then the others, layer by layer, like colors fading from a tapestry. By the time the first real frost set its white seal on the fields, most of the singing was already gone. What remained by early winter was already spare, a handful of calls scattered across the mornings, far apart, muffled by gray sky and bare branch, and then those too, stilled. But not this one. The harden bird is described in the old records as the single creature that keeps calling through the full descent of yin. The one voice that holds through early winter and into the middle of it, past the point where all other living sound has ceased. The records do not explain why. They simply note the fact. As one notes the direction of a river or the height of a mountain, here is a thing that is so. There is a bird that sings in winter. It is still singing now. And soon it will not be. You take a few steps away from the dark doors, toward the edge of the clearing where the bare trees begin. Your boots press into the frozen ground. Each step is nearly silent. The surface too hard for crunching now, too compressed. Just a faint click of ice under your heel, and then nothing. You move until you are standing among the first of the bare trunks, and you stop. You listen. The call of the harden is not a beautiful sound in the way that spring bird song is beautiful. Not full, not bright, not rising. It is thin, persistent, worn at the edges, like cloth that has been used a very long time and has become soft through use rather than by nature. There is something in it that suggests endurance rather than joy. This bird has been singing not because the season was kind to it, but in spite of the season, holding the sound up against the cold, the way you might hold a lamp against the wind, cupping it with both hands, not letting it go out. Your breathing has slowed without your noticing. The sound comes again, that thin, wavering thread. It is somewhere to the northeast of you now, or you have shifted and the east has become northeast, or the bird itself has moved. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it is still there, still sounding, still threading its way through the cold air toward you. The harden bird has a place in the long accounting of the year's descent. The old texts that record the months as sequences of signs, ice thickening, earth cracking, creatures stirring or falling still, place the harden silence as one of the last markers before midwinter completes itself. Its silence means the season has reached its furthest point. Its silence means the yin has finished its long work. And so as long as the bird is still calling, the work is not yet done. You understood this without quite knowing you understood it, walking here. There was something in the air, some quality of incompleteness, of a process still unfolding, that told you the world had not yet settled entirely. And now, standing among these cold trunks, with the sound finding you through the bare branches, you feel the shape of that incompleteness more clearly. The Harden is not singing for pleasure or for warmth. It is simply still going. Its call is the last signal that time is still moving inside this stillness, that the arc of the long descent has not yet reached its resting point. The sound comes and goes. It is irregular in its way, not a steady rhythm, not a song with pattern and return, but something more like breathing itself. There, and then a pause, and then there again. You do not count the intervals, you only receive them, each one, as it arrives. Your shoulders have dropped. You notice this because they had been raised, not in tension exactly, but in the slight way that a body holds itself against cold, drawing in, minimizing the surface that the air can reach. Now they have fallen, and the cold is no less cold, but you are less against it. You are standing in it rather than bracing for it. The tree beside you is smooth where the bark has been worn away, some old rubbing of wind or ice or time. You rest your hand against it. The wood is cold all the way down to whatever center a tree has in winter. Not the cold of something living that has chilled, the cold of something that has moved its living to another depth, another register, something interior and slow that the surface temperature doesn't touch. Trees in winter are not dead. They are very quiet. You keep your hand on the bark. The call comes again. You find yourself wondering, in the way that one wonders things in a still, cold place, not urgently, not with any real need for answer, what it has been like to be this bird through the long falling of the year, to keep singing when the others stopped, not by choice, not by defiance, but simply because this is what the Harden does, what it has always done, what it will always do until the moment comes when it does not. The singing is not a statement. It is not a last stand. It is simply the nature of this creature in this season, to hold the sound going for as long as the season requires it, and then, when the requirement is met, to stop. There is something in that which you feel more than understand. The cold has settled into your coat now, into the layer of air between the wool and your skin. It is not unpleasant. It is simply the temperature of the world tonight, and your body is adjusting to it, as bodies do, as all things do when given enough time. The cold is not attacking you. It is simply being what it is, and you are simply being what you are within it. Your feet are solid on the ground. The frozen earth beneath you goes down a very long way, farther than you can feel, farther than any root reaches in this season, down through layers of cold that no sunlight has touched in months. You are standing on something that has weight and depth and silence all the way down. The call of the Harden drifts through the bare branches again. It is softer now, or you have grown quieter, and the difference no longer matters. The sound arrives in you the way cold air does when you stop walking, not as something from outside, but as a condition, a quality of the moment you are in. You are a person standing in bare trees in deepest winter, with a small and persistent sound moving through the frozen dark, and your hand on the cold, smooth wood of a tree that has gone very quiet inside itself. The old records do not tell us what the Harden looks like, not in any detail that has survived, only its name, its behavior, its place in the sequence of the year's unwinding. In this, it is like many things from that deep past, known more by what they do than by what they appear to be. The Harden sings in winter. The Harden falls silent at midwinter. Everything else about it has been absorbed back into the silence it eventually keeps. You think, not quite in words, that this is enough to know, that a creature held the sound going through the long cold, and then at the right moment, let it go. That the letting go was not a failure, but a completion. That silence was always where the song was heading. The call comes again, still there, still going. You breathe out slowly, and the breath is visible in the cold air for a moment. A pale drift of warmth that disperses almost immediately into the dark. It is there, and then it is not, and the air is the same as before. Your hand is still on the tree. The bark is very cold and very smooth. Somewhere to the northeast, the he-dan is still calling. That thin, worn, persistent thread of sound, drawn through the frozen air, not demanding anything, not asking to be followed, only sounding, only doing what it does. For now, it is still doing it. You stand among the bare trunks and you listen, and your weight settles down through your feet into the frozen earth. And your shoulders are loose, and your breathing is slow and even, and barely visible in the cold. And the dark hall is behind you, very still, and the dark doors are very still, and you are in no hurry. The call drifts through the trees, as it has through the whole long descent of the year. Still there, still going. You stand among the trees and you listen. The call comes again, thin, drawn out, fading at the edges where it meets the cold air, and the cold air wins. It has always been like this, even in the warmer part of the season, when the bird's voice was stronger. Even then it had the quality of something that might stop. You understood from the beginning that this was a sound that existed right at the edge of its own possibility. Now the edge is very close. The bark of the tree is still under your hand. Your feet are still. Your breathing moves in and out, slow and almost silent, and the forest around you is the kind of quiet that has weight to it, the kind of quiet that presses gently against the ears. Into that weight the he-dan bird sends its call again, thin, real, still there. You do not move. There is no reason to move. You have been listening long enough now that the waiting itself has become a kind of rest. Your body knows how to be still here. Your mind has let go of the things it was carrying when you first stepped onto the path. The small worries, the half-finished thoughts, the sense of being somewhere you were supposed to be other than where you were. All of that has been walking out of you for a long time. By now, most of it is gone. The call comes once more, slightly thinner than before, slightly further away, or perhaps not further, perhaps only quieter, as though the bird itself is drawing a little more effort from somewhere deep and finding slightly less than it found before. You have read, or perhaps you simply know, the way travelers in this landscape come to know things, that the old records named this creature the he-dan, the bird that would not stop. While all the other voices of the year fell away, one by one, the summer insects first, then the autumn birds, then the geese, then the sparrows, then the small ones whose names you never learned, the he-dan kept on, not loudly. It was never a loud creature, but persistently, consistently, as though it had made a decision, or had no decision to make, as though calling was simply the thing it was, the way a stone is stone, the way cold is cold. It called through the first frost. It called through the nights when the ice first sealed the surface of the standing water. It called through the deepening of the cold, the thickening of the ice, the lengthening of the dark. And now you are here at the bottom of the year, the dipper fixed at Z, the ice no longer forming but simply being, The ground split open under its own stillness, and the Hedan is still here. Its voice is what it always was, only thinner now, only more worn, a thread that has been drawn a long way. And then it doesn't. You wait. The forest holds the place where the sound was. You wait a little longer, very still, your hand still resting on the bark of the tree, your breathing slow, your weight settled down through your feet. There's still the cold. There's still the dark spaces between the bare trunks where the moonlight falls in pale shapes across the frozen ground. There is still the dark hall, visible through the trees behind you, its dark walls holding their stillness, its dark doors closed. There's still all of this, but the thread has been released. The sound that was there is not there. You notice the difference. It is not simply that it is quieter. Quiet was already present here, had been present for a long time, had been gathering in the spaces between the birds' calls, filling them up, waiting. Now the quiet has closed over the last opening, and there are no more openings. The silence is continuous. It does not have places where a sound might come through. This is what the old texts were marking when they wrote down simply that the Hedan bird stops calling. Not that winter had grown colder, not that another threshold had been crossed, though those things were also true. What they were marking was this, that the last voice had finished, that the world had become for a time entirely itself without sound. Your shoulders are soft, your jaw is loose. You breathe in, and the cold air comes into your chest, and you breathe out, and it leaves, and neither of these things makes much sound. The silence is very full now. This is the thing that surprises you, standing here among the bare trees. That silence of this depth does not feel empty. It feels the way deep water feels, if you imagine drifting down through it very slowly, not sinking, but descending gently, with no urgency. The pressure of it is soft. It does not press against you so much as it surrounds you. You are inside it rather than next to it. The Hedan called because that was what it was, and now it does not call, because that is also what it is. There is no loss in this, or if there is the kind of loss that is also a completion, the way a long breath finally reaches its end, the way the day finally darkens past the last trace of light. Something has been going on for a very long time, and now it is no longer going on. The world is not worse for this. The world is simply more fully what it has been moving toward. You have been moving toward this too, though you did not name it until now. All the walking, the long path through the thickening ice, the cracked and yielding ground, the bare trees, the cold air, the dark hall appearing through the branches, all of it was bringing you here, to this specific quality of stillness, to the moment after the last sound. You stand in it. There is nothing you need to do. Your hand lifts from the bark of the tree. Without reason, you let it fall to your side. The forest is the same as it was. The moonlight is the same. The frozen ground underfoot has not changed. But something has settled, in the air, or in you, or in the boundary between the two, which has been softening all evening. You are no longer quite sure where the cold stops and your skin begins. You are no longer quite sure that it matters. The silence continues. This is its nature, not to stop, not to be broken, but to continue, to deepen, to become more fully itself the longer it is allowed to be. You sense this without thinking it through. Your body understands it before your mind catches up. The quiet is not waiting for something to end it. It is not a gap between sounds. It is the thing itself, arrived. Your eyes have softened. The moonlit shapes between the trees are gentle and indistinct, and you are not trying to see them clearly. Your breathing is very slow. Your chest rises, your chest falls. The cold holds steady around you, not biting but present, like a very still room, like a room that has been closed for a long time and holds its temperature. The dark hall is there behind you. You don't need to look at it. You know it's there the way you know your own breathing is there, without checking, without effort, as something that simply continues. The last sound of the year has stopped. You are standing inside what comes after. It is heavier than ordinary quiet, and softer and more complete, and it has a texture to it that you can almost feel against your skin. The way the air feels different when snow has been falling for a long time and then stops, and the world holds perfectly still in the absence of even that small movement. Like that. Your weight settles a little more. Your feet press down into the frozen earth, and the frozen earth holds you. And there is no gap between the holding and the being held. The bare trees rise around you, still. The moonlight falls in still shapes across the still ground. The ice beneath the surface holds its own weight in silence. And somewhere far inside the frozen forest, in the deepest and darkest part where even moonlight does not reach, a warmth stirs, very faint, very distant. Not a sound but a presence, something the cold has been holding all along without announcing it. You are not looking for it. You are not moving toward it. You are here in the stillness, and you know it is there the way you know deep things, not with your eyes, not with effort, but with something older and quieter in you that recognizes what it belongs to. The silence continues. It has no intention of stopping. You breathe in, you breathe out. The forest is very still, and the cold is soft, and the dark spaces between the trees go on, and somewhere in the deepest part of that darkness, something warm waits without urgency, patient as the year itself, patient as the ice, patient as the ground that is cracked open, and rests now in its own breaking. You do not move toward it. That is the first thing to understand about this warmth. It does not ask to be found. It does not call out. It has no voice, not now, not in this season. A heat-end bird was the last voice, and the heat-end bird is silent. What remains beneath the silence is not a sound at all. It is something older than sound. Something the cold has been keeping, the way stone keeps warmth long after the sun has moved on. Not as heat exactly, but as the memory of heat, as the possibility of heat, folded into the deepest layer of the frozen world and left there to wait. You are still. Your back is against the tree. The bark is cool through your coat, and the ground is cool beneath you, and the air moving very slowly past your face is cool, and all of it is the same. One continuous coolness that has no edge, no beginning, no place where it stops and something else begins. There is something in the forest that is not cool. You do not see it, you do not hear it. You would not know how to look for it even if you tried, and you are not trying. You are only sitting here, breathing, and the knowing comes the way knowing always comes in the deep cold, not as a thought, not as a decision, but as a settling, a recognition, the way the body knows it is tired before the mind admits it. In the deepest part of the forest, where the trees are oldest and the snow has not reached the ground because the canopy is too thick even in winter, there, in that dark space that has not seen full light since the last leaves fell, the tigers are moving. The old record says it plainly, without ceremony. Hu Shi Jiao. The tigers begin to mate. Not begin as in start from nothing, begin as in the thing that was always going to happen is now happening. The character Shi, begin, first, the opening of a sequence, carries within it the idea that the sequence was inevitable, that it was written into the structure of the year long before this moment arrived. The tigers do not decide to move. The year moves through them. This is what maximum yin contains. You have been sitting with the cold long enough now to feel how total it is. The ice thickening on the river, the earth cracked open in long, slow lines, the bird gone quiet, the world drawn down into itself so completely that silence is no longer an absence, but a presence, a thing with weight and texture. You have felt all of this. You understand it with your body, the way you understand the ground beneath you, not as a concept, but as a fact. And inside that fact, coiled at the very center of it, is this: warmth. Not warmth that contradicts the cold, not warmth that is fighting its way out, warmth that the cold is carrying, warmth that belongs to the cold the way a seed belongs to winter soil, buried, still, patient, neither rushing nor resisting, simply present in the dark, waiting for the long tilt of things to shift. Your breathing has slowed. You notice this without needing to change it. Your chest rises and falls and rises again, and the intervals between are longer than they were an hour ago, longer than they were when the Hidan bird was still calling, longer even than when the silence first arrived and you were still adjusting to it, still learning what it meant to sit inside a world with no voice. Now you simply breathe. The cold air enters, the warm air leaves, and there is something almost like that exchange. Inhale, exhale, coolness in, warmth out, in what the forest is doing right now, somewhere you cannot see. The tigers do not hurry. Nothing in this season hurries. The ice does not rush to thicken. It thickens because thickening is what ice does when the temperature holds and the time passes and all conditions are met. The earth did not crack open in a moment. It opened over days, slow lines spreading through frozen soil the way thought spreads through a mind that is almost asleep. Not quickly, not urgently, but inevitably, following the path of least resistance, releasing what has been held too long. The tigers move the way everything in this season moves, which is to say, slowly, inevitably, following something that was always already written into the arrangement of the year. You let your eyes close a little more. Not all the way. There is still a thin line of darkness at the bottom of your vision, the shadows of the forest floor, the dim shapes of roots and snow. But the details have softened. The world has become less about seeing and more about feeling, the weight of your body against the tree, the steadiness of the ground, the cool texture of the air, and somewhere far beneath all of that, the faintest pulse. It is easy to miss. You have to be very still to feel it, stiller than you were an hour ago, stiller than you were when the bird stopped calling and you first entered the silence and thought the silence was complete. The silence was complete. And then there was this, not breaking the silence, not interrupting it, but existing inside it the way a heartbeat exists inside sleep. You do not hear your heartbeat when you sleep, but it is there. It has always been there. The whole long night while the mind is gone and the body is at rest, the heart keeps its quiet work, warm and regular and utterly unconcerned with whether you are aware of it. The tigers are the heart of winter. This thought arrives without effort and you do not examine it. You simply let it be there, the way you let the cold be there, the way you let the darkness be there, as a thing that is true, a thing the long descent into midwinter has been moving toward all along, so slowly that you almost didn't notice. The yang was never gone, it was only sleeping, folded into the yin the way a flame folds into the wick when the wind is very strong, not extinguished, only waiting, only held in a smaller and smaller space, preserving itself for the moment the conditions change. That moment is not now. Now is still the coldest night. Now is still the dipper pointing north, the ice pressing down, the ground split open, the bird gone, the world held in the deepest possible stillness. The pulse of warmth in the forest does not change any of that. It doesn't need to. It is not here to change things. It is here because things change on their own, in their own time, and what the tigers carry right now, that deep animal warmth moving through the coldest dark, is simply the proof that the year is whole, that nothing is ever fully absent, that the arc of things bends back even from the furthest point. Your shoulders have dropped. You weren't aware they had lifted, but they must have, sometime in the long walk here, sometime in the listening, sometime in the first moments of silence, when the body braces slightly without knowing why. Now they are down. The tension that you carry without knowing you carry it, the small permanent readiness, the slight holding against, has let go, the way the earth let go, the way the bird let go, not dramatically, not all at once, simply over time, as the cold worked its way through you and you stopped trying to be separate from it. The forest is very dark. The trees stand in their rows, bare-branched, the spaces between them full of a darkness that has texture, not empty, but dense, layered, the kind of dark that has been accumulating since the last light left the sky, settling in the low places, pooling against the base of every trunk. And somewhere in that darkness, in the deepest pooling of it, in the place where no path leads and no light has reason to go, there is warmth. You don't need to go there. You are already part of this. You are sitting at the edge of the forest, your breath moving in slow exchange with the cold air, your body heavy and settled and quiet, and the forest extends around you in all directions. Above you in bare branches, below you in cracked earth, behind you in tree after tree after tree going back into the dark, and you are held inside it, not as a visitor now, but as a part of it, a warm thing in a cold world, a pulse inside the stillness, exactly where you are, exactly as you are. The warmth in the deep forest, the warmth in your chest, these are not so different. Your breathing slows another degree. The intervals grow. In the space between the breath that is just left and the breath that is coming, there is a quiet so complete it is almost like the silence the bird left behind. The same quality, the same depth, the same sense of something that was always there, waiting to be uncovered. The year holds its warmth like a secret it has no reason to keep hidden. It simply has no urgency about revealing it. It will come forward in its own time, in the way of all things in this season, without rushing, without asking permission, following the long turning of the dipper from one position to the next, patient as the ice, patient as the root beneath the frozen ground. For now the dark is complete. For now the cold holds everything. And at the center of the cold, in the deepest room of the forest, in the place you cannot see and do not need to see, something warm breathes and moves and continues. And ahead of you, through the last of the trees, the dark hall appears. It does not announce itself. There is no gate, no lantern, no sound of approach. The trees simply thin, and the path widens, and the structure is there, as if it has always been there, as if the forest grew around it the way water moves around a stone, leaving it untouched at the center of its own stillness. You walk toward it slowly. Your footsteps, which have been your only company for a long time now, sound different on this ground. Softer somehow, as if the earth near the hall has agreed to hold you more quietly. The cold is the same cold it has been for miles, but something in the air has changed. There is less movement here. Even the small pressures of wind that have been at your back all evening have ceased. The air simply rests against your face, against your hands, neither pushing nor pulling. The dark hall, the Huainanzi, the great temple of the north, is larger than it seemed from a distance. This is always the way with stillness. It expands as you approach it. What looked from far away like a shape at the edge of the tree line is now a presence, wide and low against the sky, its roofline blending with the darkness above it in a way that makes the boundary between structure and sky difficult to find. The walls are dark, not painted dark, simply the color of deep winter, the color of stone that has not seen direct light in many weeks. The hall faces north, the way all things in this season tend, inward, downward toward the root of the year. There are no lights in the windows. There are no sounds from within. And yet you know, with a certainty that requires no explanation, that you are expected here. That this is where the path has been leading all along. Not as a destination you are traveling toward, but as the place where traveling stops. The hall does not call to you. It simply holds its ground and holds its silence and allows you to come closer. You step through the entrance. The cold outside does not follow you in. This surprises you for a moment. You had expected the cold to be everywhere, as it has been everywhere since you set out. But inside the dark hall, the temperature is not warm. It is simply still. The cold outdoors moves, even in its heaviness. It presses, it settles, it seeps into cloth and stone. The stillness inside the hall does not press. It simply is. It fills the space the way darkness fills a room when the last lamp is extinguished. Completely, evenly, without remainder. Your eyes adjust slowly. The hall is vast in the way the quiet things are vast. Not tall. The ceiling, when your eyes find it, is lower than you might have expected. Dark wood that seems to absorb what little light enters from the doorway. But the floor stretches away from you in all directions, smooth stone worn to a faint sheen by years of quiet feet. And the walls are far enough from where you stand that they feel less like walls and more like the edges of something larger. The proportions of this place are the proportions of rest, broad, unhurried, generous with their emptiness. At the far end of the hall, so still he might be stone, the Son of Heaven is already here. He has been here for some time. You sense this not from any particular evidence, but from the quality of the stillness around him, which is a settled stillness, a stillness that has had hours to deepen into itself. He is not sleeping. He is not watching. He is simply present in the way that mountains are present, fully, without effort, without any part of himself reaching toward anything. He has withdrawn from ceremony, from governance, from speech. The old records say that in this month the Son of Heaven dwells in the dark hall, retreats from the outer courts, withdraws from the noise of managing the world. And what the records describe as withdrawal, you can now feel as something else, not absence, but completion. He has come to the innermost room because this is where the year requires him. Not as ruler, not as figure of authority, but as a single body resting inside the body of winter, the way a seed rests inside the dark body of the earth. Your own breathing has slowed. You had not noticed it happening, but standing here inside these walls, your breath has found a different pace, longer between each inhale, longer between exhale and the next breath. The air in the hall is cool and very still and smells faintly of stone, of cedar beams, of something older that has no particular name. You breathe it in without hurrying. There is nowhere you need to be. There is nothing you need to do inside this hall except be inside it. You move further in, your footsteps barely audible now on the worn stone floor. The darkness here is not frightening. It is the darkness of enclosure, of walls that hold rather than confine. Outside, the cold was total and the darkness was wide. Open sky, bare trees, the vast flat patience of frozen fields. In here the darkness is gathered. It fits the space exactly. It sits against the walls and along the ceiling the way cloth drapes, with a kind of weight that is also a kind of softness. You find a place along the wall and settle against it. The stone at your back is cool and smooth, and solid in a way that feels almost like a kindness, something reliable, something that does not shift or ask anything of you. The floor beneath you is the same, cool, smooth, still. You let your weight move fully into it. Let the stone hold you the way only stone can hold. Without negotiation, without wavering, simply and completely. Notice how your shoulders have dropped since you came inside. Notice how the muscles around your eyes have softened. The constant low effort of moving through the cold, of reading the path, of carrying your body forward through the dark. It has been released without your deciding to release it. The hall has received it. This is what the hall does in the deepest month of the year. It receives what you have been carrying. It does not ask what it is. It simply holds it the way the earth holds the cold, the way the cold holds the silence, the way the silence holds everything that is stopped. The Son of Heaven does not move. He breathes slowly at the far end of the hall. You can feel the rhythm of his breathing more than you can see or hear it. A steady, unhurried presence at the center of the stillness. The same way you felt the tigers moving somewhere in the deep forest. Invisible but continuous. Warm at the root of the coldest dark. He is here because this is the ceremony now. Not action, not speech, not governance, but pure presence in the season's innermost room. The maximum yin requires a witness. He is that witness. And now in your own quiet way, so are you. The dipper is somewhere above all of this, pointing at Z. North, midnight, the root. You do not need to see it to know it is there. You have felt it all evening. The great slow swing of that constellation through the winter sky. The weight has been orienting everything in this landscape toward this single direction, this single stillness. Now you are inside the stillness. The dipper points here. All the paths of this long season have been converging here, to this hall, to this dark, to this cool stone against your back, and this slow breath moving in your chest, and this deep quiet that asks nothing of you. The cold outside continues to hold the frozen world. The cracked earth waits beneath the ice. The bare trees stand in the silence the Houainan bird left behind. The tigers move, somewhere far from here, in the warmth beneath all this cold. And you are here, inside the dark hall, inside the night, inside the deepest room of the deepest month, resting against stone that is older than you and cooler than you, and will be here long after you have gone. There is no urgency in this place. There has never been urgency in this place. The hall was built for this, for the withdrawal at the end of everything, for the breath that does not need to accomplish anything, for the body that has arrived and can now at last simply remain. You remain still. The stone beneath you is steady and cool and holds its shape without effort. The dark hall is quiet around you, not the quiet of something paused, but the quiet of something complete. Outside, the frozen world presses inward. The cracked earth waits, mid-breath, split open under the full weight of the season. The ice does not move. The bare trees do not move. The sky above them does not move. You have no reason to move either. Your breathing is slow now, slower than it was when you first stepped through the threshold, slower even than it was when you first sat down. Each breath comes when it comes. Each breath leaves when it leaves. There is no hurrying either one. The dark hall holds the cold at a distance, not warmth exactly, but shelter. The absence of wind, the absence of change, a stillness that is different from the stillness outside because this one was chosen. This room was made for it. The year has been moving toward this point since the first green days of spring. Think of how long that journey was, the slow brightening after the solstice, when the light returned day by day in portions so small you would not have noticed them without watching. The birds arriving, first one, then a dozen, then the whole loud chorus of late spring filling every branch. The rivers running full, the earth soft and open and giving, then the long arc beginning to turn, summer at its fullest, the days long and the light thick and heavy on every leaf. And then, so gradually it was almost imperceptible, the tipping, the afternoons growing shorter, the shadows stretching a little longer each evening, the air changing its quality, something leaving it that had been there since the thaw. Autumn arriving like a slow exhalation, the birds departing, one group then another, the branches emptying in their own order, the rivers settling to their deeper channels, the insects going quiet, layer by layer, one voice at a time, each silence replacing a sound you had stopped noticing until it was gone. The Houainan bird holding on through all of it, still calling when the frost came, still calling when the ice began to form at the edges of the slow water, still calling in the frozen dark that one rough and solitary voice, the last thread of sound in the emptied world, and then even that stopped. The whole long year, all that movement, all that growing and filling and turning and falling, tended toward this, toward the moment after the last voice, toward this hall, this darkness, this stillness in which you now sit with no need to accomplish anything. The cosmologists who wrote of this season did not call it an ending. They called it the root. Z, the northernmost point, the base of the wheel, the place the dipper rests when it has swung as far as it goes. Not the bottom of a fall, but the ground beneath the turning, the point from which in time everything rises again, but not yet, not now. Now is only the stillness at the root. The text described it without alarm, as a fact of the cosmos, as necessary as the opposite pole, as the counterweight that gives the bright half of the year its meaning. You feel the truth of this as you sit in the dark hall. Nothing has been lost. Everything is simply here, gathered inward, resting in the deepest room of the deepest month. Your shoulders have settled fully now. Your hands rest without tension. Your jaw has released. Your eyes, even if they were open, would find nothing here that asked to be examined, nothing that required your attention, nothing that needed anything from you at all. The ice outside presses downward. This is what the texts observed, that in midwinter the ice does not merely exist but deepens, becomes more completely itself, denser in its center, heavier in its silence. It is not moving. It has become the landscape rather than a covering over it. The rivers beneath it have gone very quiet, moving in the dark under all that weight, but moving, still moving, as the blood continues to move through a sleeping body. The cracked earth waits at the edge of the ice. Those long splits in the frozen ground, the places where the cold became too much for the surface to hold together, are still now. They opened, and then they stopped opening, and they have remained as they are, holding the cold inside them, neither closing nor widening. A threshold the earth made for itself, a seam that asks nothing. You breathe in, you breathe out. The dipper hangs above this hall, above the bare trees, above the cracked and ice-bound earth, fixed at its northernmost point, Z. The old astronomers watched it all year, noting how it swung through the sky in its great slow circuit, pointing at each position in turn, marking each month as it came and passed. And this month, this night, this moment, it points here, north, down, still. The same dipper that pointed at the warm months, at the growing months, at the turning months. Now it points at the root. There is something in this that requires no thought. The wheel turns, the dipper swings, the year descends to its deepest point. None of it needs your attention or your understanding. It continues whether you follow it or not. What changes is only whether you are resting at the center of it or still walking. You are no longer walking. You have not been walking for some time now. Your body has known this since before your mind noticed. The settling of weight, the loosening of muscle, the breath that asks less and less of you with each passing moment. The dark hall was built for this, not just for the Son of Heaven and his ceremonial withdrawal, though the old records speak of that, the retreat from governance, from speech, from the noise of the open court. It was built for this in a broader sense, for whatever in a person needs to stop, for whatever has been traveling all year and has finally arrived at the place where traveling is no longer the point. You arrived, you sat down, that is enough. Outside the world remains exactly as it was. The ice is there, the cracked earth is there, the bare trees are there, holding nothing, needing nothing, standing in the cold without complaint. The tigers are somewhere deep in the frozen forest, that hidden warmth, moving in the dark beneath the silence, the only pulse of heat in the coldest month, carrying the seed of what comes next, without announcing it, without rushing toward it, Spring is not here, spring is not close, but it is held, somewhere, in the root of everything. You do not need to reach for it. Your breathing has grown so slow that you might lose count of it if you tried. You are not trying. There is nothing to count. There is only the breath, arriving and departing on its own, your body doing the one thing it has always known how to do, without any instruction from you at all. The hall is dark. The cold outside is complete. The year has come to its resting point, and the dipper confirms it. And the silence the he-dan bird left behind has settled into something that no longer feels like absence, but like a quality of its own. A texture, a weight, a presence. This is maximum yin. This is what the old records were describing when they noted each small change. The thickening ice, the cracking earth, the one bird's voice going quiet, as though cataloging the approach of something important. They were right to be careful with it. They were right to name it and mark its passage and sit with it in a place built for sitting. The hall holds you. The stone is cool beneath you and solid, and has been here long enough that your presence in it is a brief thing. A warm and breathing brief thing, resting in the dark. You are not required to stay awake for any of this. The cosmos does not need your witness. The dipper will hold its position without your watching. The ice will press downward without your attention. The cracked earth will wait in its long stillness, and the silence will remain as deep as it is, whether your eyes are open or closed, whether your thoughts are moving or have stopped. The dark hall continues around you, still, holding, complete. The hall is very dark now, not the darkness of a room where light has been extinguished, but a deeper kind. The darkness that was here before any lamp was ever lit. The darkness the hall was built to hold. You have stopped sitting. At some point, without deciding, you have lowered yourself further. Your back against the stone, your arms loose at your sides, the full length of you resting on the cool floor of the dark hall. The stone accepts your weight. It does not resist, and it does not soften. It is simply there, as it has always been there, and you are simply here. And the two of you, the body that breathes and the stone that does not, have found a kind of agreement in the dark. Your breathing is slow. You can feel it moving through you without effort, without intention, arriving and leaving like something the body knows how to do on its own. The walls of the hall are still present. You know this because you were here when they were visible. The carved corners, the deep-set beams, the proportions that were chosen to hold the largest silence a building could be asked to hold. But now the walls have moved to the edge of knowing. They are somewhere nearby. They are still themselves. You simply no longer need to see them to believe in them. The cold outside the hall has not changed. The ice is still pressing downward into the earth. The cracked ground is still open to the sky, its long fissures holding their shape in the frozen air, patient and unhurried. The forest beyond the hall is still and dark, and somewhere within it, deep distant, felt rather than heard. The warmth of the tigers persists, that single buried pulse of yang in the heart of the coldest month. You don't need to hold any of this. The ice holds itself. The silence holds itself. The year has been moving toward this point for a very long time. Through the long warmth of summer, and the slow turning of autumn, and the first cold of early winter, and all the cold that followed, and now it has arrived here, at this still point, at this hall, at this floor, at this body lying quiet in the dark. There is no call anywhere in the world tonight. The last voice finished its singing. and did not begin again, and the silence that followed has settled into every space that sound once occupied, and it is so complete now that you have stopped noticing it the way you stop noticing the weight of a warm blanket. It is simply what the night is made of. Above the hull, the dipper holds its position, pointing at Z, north, midnight, the root of all the yin the year has gathered. It has been pointing there through the whole of this long night, and it will point there still when your eyes are closed, when your thoughts have thinned to nothing, when the last small awareness you are carrying has finally set itself down. You are very heavy now. Not an uncomfortable heaviness, the heaviness of something that has finished moving, a stone that has come to rest at the bottom of still water, a branch that has settled after the wind has passed, a body that has walked a long way through a cold and beautiful world and has found the place where walking ends. Your hands are still, your face is still, the breath moves through you, slow and even, and each time it leaves, there is slightly less of the day in you, slightly less of the effort it takes to be awake. The dark hall continues around you. Its darkness is not empty. It is full of the same stillness the whole world is full of tonight. The stillness the earth has been gathering since the last warmth of autumn. The stillness that has no opposite right now, no counterweight, no competing sound or light or movement anywhere in the frozen world. You are held by it. The floor beneath you is the earth. The darkness above you is the sky. The hall is simply the place where those two things agreed to be close together, and you are the warm and breathing thing resting between them. The dipper points at Z, north, midnight, the deepest inward point the year will reach, and then even that fades, not because it has moved, not because the sky has changed, but because there is no longer a difference between knowing it is there and not knowing, because the part of you that was keeping track has quietly stopped its counting, has set down its small, careful attention, the way you set down something you have been carrying without realizing, and the hands are empty now, and the arms are at rest, and the dark is the same dark on all sides. The hall is still here. The ice is still here. The silence is here the way it has always been here, beneath every sound the world has ever made, waiting, patient, immense, and entirely without demand. The year rests at its still point. The body rests on its cool stone, and there is nothing left to do, and nowhere left to go, and the darkness is very soft now and very close, and you are already so far inside it that the distance back to waking is longer than you could measure, longer than you would want to try. The dipper holds, the silence holds, and you are held.